If I have a chance to have a say in it staying commercial, keeping some green space, keeping some wetland on this one here, I'm going to be for it.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Nothing else to add, Mayor. I just wanted to confirm with our fire department, being that they will be the ones to arrive on the scene if something were to happen, but being that they are confident, I have no further questions.
Any further questions or discussion from the council? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'll just make a comment. I mean, I know we're not hearing item number 6 tonight. Right now, we're just listening to the future land use map, which just wants to change the use for this to align with the larger piece of property, and the final use of this will be wetland and stormwater. So I'll be in favor of item number 4 tonight.
Councilman Landry?
I'll be opposed. I don't think this is the right place for it, and we're being asked to change our comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan is already in favor of what it is. So we're making an exception to that, and so to me, I don't think this is the right place for it. I know we need businesses, but there's a way and a place to do it, and I'm in disagreement.
Yeah, Councilman Landry, you have a point, and on the other hand, right, and I've already stated where I'm at. Just the notion of the owner willing to work and add water to any particles that are leaving, but that's one portion. Then the other portion is the benefit of biocharge. Keeping the dust down at a sense of peace is something that he willingly came out with. So I judge the heart as being right with that action. Then my other comment is that conservation area. Mr. Moya said, and I know Councilman Johnson's been at this longer than I. 1,000 feet is unheard of, and then for it to be conservation, that's huge for me. So I was tossing that up, but when he said that he will add, and I guess can we make that part of the motion, Madam Attorney?
The conservation part?
Yeah, no, not
what
he was talking about adding just to remove the particles, the dust particles, to add water.
No, if you want, right now you're not actually talking about the operation of this being a recycling plant. Okay. That would be appropriate for the conditional use.
Okay, for next one. Okay, the conservation part. But that spoke to me, gentlemen. I'm being transparent with you.
Conservation part, if you all wanted to cement that,
yes.
My request would be not to have that in the land use, but to have it in the zoning as far as what he could do on the property, that incorporate that into the zoning if it makes it past the land use.
Okay.
So you've got conditions that you can have on the zoning, and if you approve the zoning, there are conditions that you may want to approve when deciding how the business would actually operate on a conditional use.
And then for the record, light industrial at this capacity would be really light with the operation that would be going on there, as opposed to what light industrial could be. So I'll be voting in favor of this. I got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Passes 4-1. We're now on item number 5. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-14, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from RS2, Single Family Residential District, to LI, Light Industrial and Warehouse District, which property is located in the vicinities south of Foundation Park Boulevard and west of Babcock Street, and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morgan?
Yes, Growth Management Director Lisa Frazier will provide an overview.
Good evening, Council. This ordinance is a request to rezone the property located in the vicinity south of Foundation Park Boulevard and west of Babcock Street from RS2 Single Family Residential to LI Light Industrial and Warehousing District. This is approximately 15.4 acres. As stated previously, the property, oops, wrong one, sorry, is located right there. They are looking to join it with the property to the north, which is already zoned in land use light industrial, and conduct their business accordingly on both properties, but while stating that the applicant is willing to make a condition of approval, the condition of the approval, that the facility that section that is being changed must only be utilized for wetland preservation and stormwater management, and would be placed under a conservation easement with the St. Johns River Water Management District. I am open to any further questions regarding the rezoning.
Councilman Hammond?
First thing before I discuss this, I want to go on record saying that the owner did reach out to me after the P&Z meeting to tell me all the things that were discussed at P&Z. He knows I live close to there, so it would be something that would mean something to me. But the owner did reach out to me to discuss things on P&Z, and I let him know. Just bring him up at council. My second question, or my
No.
No, sir. Carry on, man.
My question going forward is if that gets deemed wetland, do the properties around it have any say in their portion attached to that wetland?
No, sir. So typically, what will occur, already has occurred, is only that 15 acres has been delineated as wherever the wetland is on that 15 acres. I'll try to get to it. There it is. They wouldn't be looking off of the boundary. I've flagged wetlands, so you kind of approximate where the boundary is at some point. Any impacts to the wetland on site, the district would require mitigation for off-site impacts also, but their properties will not be touched by that. It will be a wetland. It will continue to be a source of the entire wetland system that goes to the west.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Let's go to speaker cards.
Vernon Densler,
Well, so I am
the Green Party.
the full 30 minutes. And don't they have to go first?
Madam.
Yeah. Yes, because we
Yeah,
our order is we have city, the applicant, and then any aggrieved party.
Okay, happy to go first. So again, Bruce Moy with MBV Engineering representing the applicant. I don't have a whole lot to add. I think I've talked about all three issues all at once. So this is the zoning part, and I think the zoning part, we agree to the conditions that we provided, that you've discussed. We will put that into conservation. We will use it only for wetland preservation, enhancement, stormwater, and tree mitigation. So we offer that as a condition of zoning approval. And so unless you have any other questions for me, I'll be back up here if there's anything I need to rebut from the public.
I don't have any questions, but I wanted to remind staff about regarding item 6 on April 3rd, the CUP, where we had two council members discuss that water, and the owner of the property put that water filtering opportunity regarding the dust particles. So I just wanted to mention that, but no questions.
Okay.
That's for item.
So am I understanding that you're not discussing?
No,
item
we're not
6
discussing
tonight?
that, but that's downrange for April.
You have to do
April
that after
3rd.
second reading of this. Gotcha.
Just want to make
So
sure.
we
that-
will make sure that we put that condition in writing for you
Yes.
at that meeting.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
So do we have a Green Party on this? Do they go next or?
I know this doesn't happen often here, so probably not extremely familiar with it. First thing I would like to remind you is that based on Florida law, the City Council must base its decisions on competent and substantial evidence presented during the hearing. This means they can only consider evidence that is reliable and relevant to the case. Your role here is to act like a panel of jurists. So this can't be about feelings. This can't be about, what I might do tomorrow. This has to be based on fact. So this is a little different. I also would like to get on the record that I believe that you should recuse yourself because it's an ex parte communication. I don't know if that's in our ordinance or not. Most places have it. But if you choose to ignore that, you're opening yourselves up for a lawsuit depending on what the resolution is. So first thing, as has been mentioned, this was not approved by planning and zoning. They were very conflicted about it for good reason. One of the big things is we have to determine that what we're doing is in the best interest of the community and consistent with the comprehensive plan's goals. Is this good for the city? It's being portrayed as good for the city, but is it? How does it help the city? You already have a contract with the Republic. They take care of all of that waste. Citizens won't be allowed to go bring waste to this facility. The only people bringing waste there is their own trucks and landscapers that are paying them to dump there so they don't have to drive to Sarnia. This is a for-profit business that has nothing to do with being good for this city. If it's good for the city and if it's not for profit, why don't they just keep it where it's at? There has been a lack of transparency through this whole thing. We have asked and asked for information. We've gotten none. Once we get past all this stuff, we'll get you real plans. We'll get you, the true site studies. We'll give you all kinds of information. We've asked about the equipment that they're going to be using and can't get any real information. So there's a noise issue. They're running a big diesel shredder. It will never comply with noise ordinance. Again, I did say before, not all the citizen concerns were on the report. They weren't. And the ones that were got very soft answers of, well, we'll just do what we're supposed to do. We'll do what we're required to do. Jumping from low density residential to industrial is a pretty big leap. This isn't like it was zoned for something close at all. And the surrounding properties are all rural residential. We have farms. We're growing crops. We have farm animals. This is going to impact them. You're going to take the wildlife that is in those areas that they're impacting and push them onto our properties. So there's a lot of things that are not good with us. They mentioned the fire. The fire was not reported to DEP. They got cited for that. And I can bring it up. Do you have the presentation that I have? Let's go through the presentation that I showed at Planning and Zoning. Okay. Yep, it's here. So we have impacts with the destruction of the wetlands. And can you pull the picture of the full wetlands map? We have potential drinking water contamination. We will present evidence here. My wife's going to get up and give you some factual evidence and studies. Yep. Can you show that to them? So what they fail to show when they're talking about the wetlands is the 5 acres that are on the industrial property. That's what they're going to destroy to do this operation. And their answer for that is that they're going to put a retention pond in the other section that they're asking you to rezone. That retention pond, as you will find out, is going to catch runoff from the leachate from all this material, and it's going to be a contaminated pond, which is then going to contaminate the wetlands. The wetlands on the property that they want to do this activity on are directly connected to the St. John's waterway. They are our aquifer for all of our wells. Everybody's on well water. They're going to contaminate us. They're going to kill us with this. It has no business being anywhere near here. When you are mitigating wetlands, you need to replace like for like. The stuff that is living in the forested wetlands doesn't live in a retention pond. It lives in forested wetlands. The notion that if they don't do this and protect this, that it's going to get built on is ludicrous. Nobody is going to spend the money to mitigate all those wetlands to build on that area. You might get 1 or 2 houses that are able to be built there. The fire risk. We're going to get into the fire and the real risk. Where they're at now is not heavily wooded. That area is heavily wooded. 1 ash spark coming from that fire that they had could have ignited our entire property. Now you're putting my property at risk, my house at risk. Hurricane debris. If the stuff is not properly taken care of, that can get picked up and thrown into properties nearby. Noise level. Oh, so can you pull that? You have that one? Yep. In the planning and zoning meeting, when we talked about noise level, they stated that the noise level of this massive diesel powered chipper shredder is 89 decibels. Anybody who knows anything about sound can tell you that's no way that's happening. So I went and looked. I found a chipper shredder that's 94 decibels. Fairly close. This is a chipper shredder. It's a little electric one. So this little electric chipper shredder.
Wait till you get back on the mics.
That little electric chipper shredder is 94 decibels. Tell me how an industrial size on tracks diesel shredder is going to be 89 decibels. Impossible. So there's no way that they're going to ever be able to meet the sound ordinances. And then the dust, which we've talked about. So here is their initial DEP approval. How do you do it? That's how you do it? Okay. This is them getting their approval for their initial permit, July 17th, 2023. Okay? For the current operation. This is a picture of the current operation, May 6, 2023. Last time I checked the calendar, May 6 comes before July, yes? That means they were operating without a DEP permit. Why do you think they got the DEP permit? Because we called after they had the meetings with us and told us what they were doing, and we found out what they were doing. So it wasn't until they got busted that they decided to do something. This is from 2019. They insist that they weren't doing this in 2019. Somebody was doing something there that looks a lot like it, but he did say in the planning zone they didn't start till 2022, which means from 2022 until July of 2023, they were operating without a permit. This is the notice of noncompliance from DEP. This is when they failed to report the fire that we know about. There's the fire. It's not a little fire. They're trying to downplay it. It was on the news. This is not a little fire. That fire had gotten into the properties where they're wanting to be. That whole area is gone. There's already been forest fires back there that they had a hard time putting out. Because that's where they want to put it. This is what it looks like. These are the trees. This is everybody else's trees next to it. This is where they want to put this. Does that look like a safe place when you can have fires? But guess what? That wasn't the only fire. They had a second fire. Here's the letter from DEP. Wanted to make you aware that while in the process of moving a mulch pile, it decided to shed a bit of smoke this morning. Fire department not needed, no open flame, we handled it within minutes. Oh, so I guess it was spontaneous combustion, at least the second fire. Again, here's what the current operation looks like. It butted up right to those apartments that nobody does formal complaints, but the residents sure don't seem to be happy about it. Most likely, they probably don't even know who to complain to because it's operating in Malabar and they're in Palm Bay. All right, so now you see some of the true facts and why we're concerned. Rachel's going to come up and talk to you a little bit about the true contaminants, and she's got actual studies.
So I want to bring to the point what's runoff, leachate. So leachate can be when you water the wood down, or it can be when there's a lot of precipitation. So if we get a hurricane, that contaminants from that wood will leach into the ground. So when we're saying we want this place watered down, you're actually contaminating the soil by doing it. I have a okay, what?
I'll bring stuff.
Oh, that's in here. Oh, no.
Mayor, if I'm going to call a point of order real quick. We only have one agreed party, and that was Mr. Vernon Tinsler.
She's my witness. I'm allowed to call.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't say you're calling a witness.
Yeah.
I misunderstood that.
Part of it.
Yeah, I misunderstood that. Thank you.
So this is a study from Rutgers. They looked at 3 wood recycling areas, and they looked at leachate, which is the runoff. When they tested the samples, they compared it to the untreated sewage. That's what the runoff is. And when they process, it's natural, but it is not in a natural state that this happens. They did studies, they referenced things back from Canada where they said that there's toxicity when these things leach from this precipitation. And they talk about, too, that best management practices is where you're locating this. So that was a big situation as well. I have here we go. There's another study that they did. This was looking at the toxicity of leachate in wood chip piles at roadside biomass operations. And what they said, when there was rain and stuff, it would run off and it would get into waterways. And they recommended that these things not be near like waterways, not be near things like what St. John's would be. And so that was very concerning.
Sure.
Okay, I have a bunch of them. Dissertation, Oregon. Another study. This was the Turner area study in Oregon. So what happened was there was a wood recycling place, and there were people, residents nearby, with well water. And with this well water, they found the contamination kept on migrating. It went from 4 acres to 15 acres within a year. What happened was these residents, their wells became non-potable. So they could not drink from their well waters because of the contamination from the leachate. And so the only way it got resolved was the municipality had to bring water out. They had to extend. So we're not on the path to get city water. So the only way these residents were able to get water was that the municipality had to create it and bring it out to them. And then, with that being said, their ground was still contaminated, so they couldn't grow things. It was a polluting factor. So those are some situations. I have a lot more I could give you, but I'm sure you don't want a lot more. But this is a big problem with groundwater. That it gets contaminated when you have recycling plants. These are peer reviewed. These are universities doing studies. And so, when you want to look at the science, this is the science. So it's something that is to keep in mind.
Are these studies been updated, the ones that you provided?
So the problem is that a lot of the one from 2016, what he states, and it was a dissertation that became an article, was that a lot of places like wood waste places don't want to participate in these studies because they don't want the fallout from it. So you go to a lot of places that then become recycling and logging. So with the gentleman from Rutgers, that group, that those wood recycling, they would not be named. That was the only way they would participate. So you've got a situation here where they don't want people to tell you that the runoff is like raw sewage. So that's why you don't get the names and things. And it's very hard to do these studies. So that gentleman from Rutgers, in his dissertation, he actually said it's very hard getting these things done.
So the basis is the ones from the 70s, 60s, and 70s.
There's some that the main one is the one from 2016, and he from Rutgers, and he does quote from Canada and things like that about the runoff and the problems.
Okay, thank you. Carry on.
So this is actual studies, and I know you're questioning the age of them. I don't think the science has changed. A log's still going to break down the same way. Foliage is still going to break down the same way and do the same things. You've seen that they have not been following the law, right? And one other one. Can you find the? So he mentioned that they came out the day after planning and zoning. It's interesting because I've been asking since the very first meeting we had about what their intake and outtake was, because that is a required annual report to DEP. And it's in there somewhere. They had on the last renewal for their license, they put 0 for everything in and out. And they also listed it for 2022 instead of the last year. And interestingly enough, for some strange reason, the day after I mentioned that at planning and zoning, even though they were told by DEP that that was missing from their application in August, they suddenly remembered and updated it on the 6th, the day after planning and zoning. Strange how that happens. Forgot about it for 6 months, more than 6 months. So, yeah, I get that you feel, Mr. Mayor, that, that your heart goes out, that you feel like he's going to help us and do all these things. History says that they only take care of things when they get caught. History says they don't care about those people in those apartment buildings. And all we have is trust me. Yeah, it won't happen again. Yeah, we'll do the right things. We'll follow all the rules that we didn't follow all the other times. We'll follow them this time. So if that's what you're going to go by is trusting him when we have all of this evidence that shows we can't. Yeah, I've got the... Yeah, this is the emails, and then this is the actual report. And that's the other thing that's interesting. And one of the emails, I don't know if it's in this one or not, they said that they move about 4 trucks a day. That's what they told DEP. Then in the form saying what they moved between August 2023 and August 2024, they said that they have moved out 50,000 cubic yards of processed material in that year. A truck holds 20 cubic yards, one of those big trucks. That would be 80 cubic yards a day. If you do the math, that's over 600 something days. So, not sure how they managed to move more material than there are days in the week. Kind of interesting. And it's also interesting that their unprocessed material at the beginning of the year was 2,000 cubic yards. The processed material at site, all 2,000 yards. Everything's all even numbers. It's just kind of interesting. And we've seen pictures that there's a bunch of stuff in the property. So you can see where our concern is. We have valid concerns, very valid concerns. And again, have given them every opportunity to bring us some facts, bring a study. We've got nothing. They have nothing official that they have given to anybody so far. There's been no, like I said, I was pulling teeth just to get them to update this form, which I question because the math doesn't math right. But no studies. They're not doing environmental studies. They're not bringing in experts saying that, no, this is going to be great. They're not bringing in noise experts saying that, here's how we're going to be able to have this thing that is really loud, how it's going to be able to drop that sound off before it gets to the properties right there on Babcock. None of that. Everything's been, we'll comply. We'll do whatever we need to do. No, trust us. Sorry, I don't trust them. I don't trust them with my house, my life, the life of my livestock and pets, my neighbors. As you've heard, we have some elderly neighbors. They shouldn't have to put up with us. So I hope you guys will do the right thing. I really do. And remember that you have to go based on these facts. And unless they can refute these facts, you have no choice but to deny this. This is a court hearing. It's quasi-judicial, but it is still considered a court hearing. So you have to act like an impartial judge, even if you had ex parte communications. You have to act like an impartial judge and decide who is presenting the facts and who is really going to be impacted. Are they really doing what's best for the community? Would you want this happening in your backyard? Anybody have any questions about anything?
I guess excuse me.
Deputy Mayor?
I guess the only question or comment maybe I'll make is, like, we're not voting right now on the conditional use. That will be at a future date. So now we're not even voting on this being a recycling facility. So I just
but you are voting on the impacts that this facility will have on the wetlands and the surrounding property.
Right now we're just voting on the zoning of light industrial.
Our concern, our biggest concern, is if you approve this and then something happens, either you don't approve conditional use, or DP doesn't let them do what they need to do, or St. John's doesn't allow them to destroy those wetlands, now it's industrial. If it's industrial and they can't do what they want to do and they sell the property, now what was residential buffering us from that industrial is industrial, and somebody can come in and do something just as bad or worse. So think about that. If you approve this, it's still, and the other stuff gets disapproved, it still puts us at risk.
Yeah, just a comment too. If it does get approved, it will be approved with the condition that that land won't technically be built on. It'll be wetland and stormwater. So whatever the use of the neighboring property may be, this land would always be protected by that wetland and stormwater.
Stormwater, which can be contaminated by another industrial use. And again, not like for like wetlands.
Does that conclude your presentation, sir?
Yeah, unless anybody's got any.
Well, I have some comments. For the record, I didn't say about my heart. I said his heart demonstrates a goodwill. It had nothing to do with my emotions. It's what I perceived.
Yes.
Him willing to work with the residents. So what you stated is inaccurate. And the reason I asked about the dates is because all these documents, these studies that you're giving me, I'm literally trying to read them as quickly as I can, and I'm listening to you.
Okay.
I'm paying you that honor and respect because I believe this is my responsibility. The reason I asked is these studies are in the 60s, and then there's updated information within the study. And so since it was way back then, I don't know what other regulations, and I'll read these standards resulting in phasing out many of the wigwam burners, and since 72, they have less operated. In other words, they put in regulations to enhance what they were doing. And then I read further down, it says the controlled burning of wood waste as hot fuel produces the steam. I'm not even sure if it's relative to, if we're using hot fuel to burn the wood and causing some of these things that occurred in the 60s, in 68, 69, and then in 70. In 70, the Oregon Environmental Quality Commission adopted standards and regulation to control both the particulate air contaminant emissions. And these standards result in phasing out many. So that was the purpose of my question. What else do I have? But your spouse shared about 2016 and that study and that in depth. However, they're not being as in depth as the 1960 studies is my interpretation. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. You still.
So the three studies I gave you, yes,
Yes.
one was in the 70s, but the other
60s.
two were actually in 2016.
Yes,
So what they
ma'am.
do and please forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn, but what they do in these articles is they give you a history. So they explain to you why it's significant and what leads up to it. So I think you're reading the history of it, and they're leading up to what their study was.
I'm just
So-
reading what you gave me.
I know. I'm sorry, sir. I'm just
Just-
trying to give some clarity.
Okay. I'm just reading what you gave me, and I'm
Sure.
taking it all in context,
Okay.
ma'am.
Sure.
That's all.
Thank you. I just
But-
wanted to clarify with you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
But I appreciate the information you've
Not
given
a
me,
problem.
ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. You still have several minutes.
No, we're good.
Okay.
So you got-
Sir, this.
I can call him up. He's as a witness. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, I can call him. Yep.
We need to make sure that all these witnesses have
Yeah.
actually signed
Say-
speaker cards for the quasi.
I did.
Say again, ma'am. Miss Attorney.
We need to make sure that all the witnesses have signed speaker cards in order to be able to speak in a quasi judicial hearing, because the hearing part requires them to give an oath that they're going to
Okay.
tell the truth. We also need to make
So
sure
do they
everybody.
have those oath speaker cards?
So I have speaker cards for this item from Mr. Vernon Densler, Marianne Goodine, Judy Trandle, and
Find a
Eileen
speaker
Sepp.
card.
Hold on, sir.
That was for item number 4.
What is
And
this,
also that
gentleman?
we are handling the zoning and not the actual conditional use.
Can we put a 4 on his card, or does he need to fill out a new card?
So I would need.
5.
So what I'm hearing is we need a speaker card for any additional witnesses.
Correct.
Okay. So I need a speaker card.
Can you
I
just
made
put the
one.
5 on the one that-
Sir, you have to
Not my
speak on the. Sir, you have to speak on the mic.
Okay,
I'm talking to the
So he
individual.
filled one out for 4. Can we put a 5 on there, or does he need to fill out a new card?
What's his name?
Vitaly Brunzo.
Can we?
It's put 5 minutes.
Okay.
The clock should still be going.
What was the last meeting that I had that I passed out?
Clock?
That was planning.
Planning and zoning, all those things. Yeah. I have a question to the city council. At the last planning and zoning, I had a brochure with the studies on wood mulch processes and the environmental and health impact. Did any of you receive any of those pamphlets, brochures to look at?
Carry on, sir. You make your
No.
presentation.
Did anybody in the city council receive any of them?
Carry on, sir. Make your statements and make your comments.
Did you receive any of those? That I was told by the a lady over there that she would pass them on to the city council. Okay. Obviously, you didn't receive them, but a study was done on a wood mulch operation, and the dust and the contaminants travel 3 to 5 miles. It's not 1,000 feet, and it depends on which way the winds are blowing. And it's a recognized EPA carcinogen. Wood itself is a carcinogen, and if you're working with wood in any workshop or anything, you got to wear a mask or a dust. It's a carcinogen, but the important thing to remember is the envelope that it travels is 3 to 5 miles. It's not 1,000 feet. Thanks.
For the record, that is included in the agenda from the planning and zoning. That document is in there.
Does that conclude your presentation, sir? So, does that conclude your presentation?
I guess I'm calling another witness. I know she filled at least one speaker card out. Is she good? Or do we need?
They have speaker cards for it?
What was the name, sir?
Ella Austin.
So she can have a public comment if she fills out a card.
To public
so
comment.
you still have your 3.54 minutes.
She can talk during public comment.
I just need a speaker card, Miss Ella. Okay,
Right
come
here.
on up.
Ella Austin, 1599 Oakfield Avenue, Southeast. I have a question. When I bought my property, it shows that there is a road on your map between my property and where they're going to build. What's going to happen to that road? I have an old map that has it, but I didn't bring it. But there's supposed to be a road from between my property and where they're going to start building. Is that road gone, or is it going to be still there? Oh, you don't answer questions. Oh, excuse me. I didn't know that. That's what I have to say.
Next speaker.
Marianne Goodine.
Okay, real quick. The us residents that are being affected by this too, I would also like you just to consider the 3 schools that are in direct area of this recycling plant and the effects of what's going on. Palm Bay Academy is located right on the Community College Parkway. These kids are out at recess with their teachers. Royal Palm Charter School, right on Babcock Street. young kids out at recess, running, breathing in, drinking the water. Columbia Elementary, same thing, recess. And then we also have the Palm Bay Aquatic Center. That is just one street over from this whole facility that could be, with the prevailing winds, the water, everything. It's not just us residents. Let's think about these kids. If they say nothing's going to show up for years, that's our children.
Judy Trandle.
I just want to affirm that 2-hour seminar I went to in Stewart, that dust does travel 3 to 4 miles, and it's very minute, and it gets in your lungs, it gets in the animals' lungs, it destroys the waters, the wetlands. I'm going to be a big advocate for wetlands from now on because Florida is starting to become a concrete jungle. So please take that into consideration. It is a health hazard. That's all.
Next speaker.
Eileen Sepp.
One of the things that you didn't ask in talking to the landowner was what happens if there's a drought. When you have embers flying, they can go anywhere, and you could set the whole neighborhood on fire. One of the reasons Judy and I looked at the air burners is they don't need water to put fires out because it double burns it into char. Mulch and biochar are not the same thing. It's very safe, and it's also, excuse me, highly recommended by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Forestry Service and the FDA. There are actually grants available for getting this equipment. It works. They have one set of equipment that creates its own energy, and if you use their electrical forklifts, you can get the biochar making machines either in diesel or using the energy that they make. They are all portable, and there's so many good, clean uses for it. It doesn't have the chemical effects of burning wood, or that it won't fly all over the place. It can be contained, and that's why I came here today to ask you to hold off on what you approve, and let's get us in line more with taking into consideration the health of our water and our air and the people and animals that live here. I really look forward to you guys seeing what we saw. I've had several conversations, including with soil specialists, that they used. FPL was there the day before we were, and they were very enthusiastic about the energy producing abilities of air burners. But there will be a presentation, as I said, on April 30th at the sustainability, and I believe you guys will also have a presentation from them. The equipment is $150 for the burners. It uses an air shelf. The wood is burned about a cubic yard an hour. It rises and the air pushes it back down. Okay, so it gets burned and it stays flat. It doesn't fly. There's no chemicals. It filters chemicals better than any other substance on the face of the earth, because I've been looking for this for a long time.
Thank you.
Ruth Koffold.
Ruth Koffold, 935 Douglas Street Southeast. First, I think that council really doesn't have enough information to make a decision. So I'd like to make the suggestion that you table it for tonight and go to next time. And if this project is approved along with the other projects that happen around here, council staff, no one follows up. Crown Point is still sitting over there with it's an ugly sore on Malabar. Nobody has followed up on that. Nobody has made anybody accountable for the fact that 4 apartment buildings were proposed originally, and there's now 6 back there. Nobody made them accountable. Nobody had to get a new permit. None of that stuff. So who's going to make anybody accountable for all these things that y'all proven? So my suggestion, you don't have enough information to make a decision. You should just table it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
That concludes the speaker cards.
Okay. Would you like to make any concluding remarks?
Michael Cram, 2640 Smith Lane. I'll keep it brief. Just wanted to spread some knowledge into some of those things. We said let's keep it away from emotion, so I'd encourage to do so. Speaking about the wildlife, any property gets developed, there's going to be wildlife, unfortunately. Proper tortoise surveys and things will be done to manage that. Again, the property won't be developed in the very south end. It's going to stay wetlands. I don't know how else to say it. Nobody's properties will be bordered with new construction, industrial now, industrial later. It's all managed by DEP. They are government sanctioned that manages it and keeps it in line, and it's up to them to decide, as well as you guys, what works. Fires, when somebody's house catches on fire, we don't say, hey, don't burn another house, or don't build another house because you burned a house. And no, not everybody's houses around get burned. The operation did exist prior to us being there. We have a lease since 2022. Mr. Charlie Angel is a property owner, and he did similar things on the property with mulching. All the studies are specific to location. We don't know what the variables that exist in all these other studies and all these other locations. So although there is some science, but I would challenge to say we need specific. You would have to test. I don't know how toxic chemicals ends up from the trees. Trees fall in your yard, trees fall in the woods, they leach into the ground, they biodegrade. That's all we're doing. We're not using any chemicals or adding anything to it. As far as loads in and loads out, when you start a business, you learn. There's some things that you don't know entirely. So we do keep very good logs of all of our business, all of our loads in and out. So if there was a discrepancy in the beginning, it was just purely new to the business, not understanding, but we do have logs from the day we opened moving forward. Schools within the dust that travels, schools in relation to the schools. Right now, the operation operates within 3,500 feet of a school. There has been no complaint in the last years. And also, BCC is a hurricane site for when there is a hurricane. They bring the debris there, they bring these mulchers here, and they mulch this stuff, and there's never a complaint. Noise, you actually go to the factory website from Bandit Industries, you'll find that it's 89 decibels. That's posted on the website. So whatever other information is being offered, take it for face value. We actually use a decibel meter with Morris Smith, town engineer of Malabar, and our machine is not 89 decibels. It's 86 decibels, as well as Babcock is, I believe, 83 decibels from 200 feet away, and our machine is less than that from 200 feet away. So decibels don't go on what you hear. It's the bass, it's the depth of the noise. So just want to speak some truth to some of these things. That's pretty much it. I'll let Bruce finish up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully to pull this in the garage here for you guys tonight. I did agree with one thing that the first speaker, Vern, did say. This is where you take testimony and competent evidence into consideration, where you hear from experts to talk about things. I apologize, but I didn't hear any credentials from anybody that spoke against this project. They didn't call themselves experts. Talked a lot about operations. We're talking about zoning here. We're not talking about conditional use and operations. That's for next meeting. I am an expert in zoning and land use. I've been declared an expert by previous councils in the city of Palm Bay, as well as Brevard County, as well as other cities within Brevard County. I've been testified in court. I've been an expert witness. So I do have credentials, and I can offer that in writing if you would like. And I think this boils down to zoning at this point. We'll have those discussions about conditional use and operations next meeting, and we'll have some information for you then. But when it comes to strictly pure zoning, there's really no use on this property. It's going to be preservation and stormwater. How less of an intensive use can you possibly have? So this is the definition of compatible for zoning. We're not talking about conditional use and operations. We'll talk about that next time. But for zoning, I think the evidence will show staff has recommended approval. Your P&Z did not recommend that you don't approve this. But when it comes to strictly zoning, the intent and what we're proposing is compatible and consistent based on the conditions that we're placing on the zoning. If we didn't have conditions on the zoning, that'd be a different story. But we're placing some pretty strict conditions to where this property is basically not going to be used for any type of specific industrial use. It's just going to be for infrastructure supporting the use. Stormwater ponds to treat the stormwater that comes off the property. It won't go off into the roadways and into the streams. It'll get treated on site. We'll plant additional trees. We'll enhance the existing wetland, and then we'll put it into conservation so it's there forever. I think that's pretty much in a nutshell. That says that this, as far as strictly zoning, which is the issue at hand, that we've met all your requirements, and we request your approval of this item. Thank you. If you have any questions, I can answer those for you now.
Councilman Johnson, any questions?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions, gentlemen? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no other speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So I will make a motion to approve
I got a motion by
with the conditions set forth by the applicant.
Second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just to the point that the applicant made and I made earlier. We're just talking about zoning right now. We're not talking about conditional use. A lot of these conversations, I think, will be more appropriate if they come back with a conditional use application.
Councilman Johnson.
Nothing else to add, Mayor.
Councilman Hammer.
Yes, I will have a lot of questions because, like I said, my home is close to here when it comes to the conditional use. But I am all for conservation, so if I can get something conservation forever, I'm going to be in support of that.
Thank you. Councilman Landry.
Yeah, I would just like to say, I mean, we said it's not about the conditional use, but all we've talked about is the conditional use, and we can't do the conditional use until we've rezoned. So, we've got a lot of small farms here in this area, and we don't have many in our city. And I prefer to err on protecting the few small farms that we have. If the idea is we want conservation, then let's rezone what's already LI, put a couple more small farms on there, and then make the rest conservation land use. But that's where I'm at, so I'm going to be a no on this vote.
Yeah, my concerns are a little more heightened at this point, and I know that we're talking about something different. My issue is I just got handed a bunch of studies, and I've gone through them, and I haven't done my due diligence at this point, and I'm being transparent. And in that regard, I'm very perplexed by the particles, and I know you live pretty close to the location, and that's where I'm at. I'm not ready. I would prefer to wholeheartedly take this in and see any other brochures and study this better. So for me, I would prefer it to be tabled. You guys have a motion, but I would be in support of moving this forward to the next meeting to give me some time to digest all this information.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would be open to that as well, sir, being that I'm not there to witness the documents that you have access to. But for the sake of having discussion, a second needed to be made. So,
yes, sir.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
relative to what you all are saying, you've had the past hearing in which you changed the comprehensive plan.
Yes, ma'am.
So it is now industrial. Now you're on the zoning. The zoning implements the comprehensive plan. You have to have a zoning that is compatible with the comprehensive plan. You can't have industrial for the land use and maintain a residential zoning. The things that you all have been listening to as far as whether this particular use is going to have negative implications are things that are relative to whether that conditional use that would allow that to occur. But right now, you have to have a zoning that is consistent with your land use.
Understood, ma'am. Okay. So I'll be able to study this for the conditional use is what you're saying.
Correct, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for correcting me. I appreciate it. So right now I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by
Mayor,
saying.
I apologize for the interruption. Can we clarify for the record, Deputy Mayor Jaffe made the motion to include conditions from the applicant. Can we clarify what those conditions are, please?
What those conditions were, you're saying?
Yeah.
I think it may be easier if we just, for the purpose of this motion, allow Mr. Moy to come up and specifically state, because he seemed to have them written out, or so that he can restate what he said, and it's clear in time with the motion.
Yes, thank you. That's great. So the conditions that we agree to is on the plan that we provided, and that is that the southmost approximately 12 acres of that property, the southernmost 12 acres, shall be limited to 1, stormwater management, 2, wetland preservation and enhancement, 3, tree preservation and mitigation, and 4, other related activities for drainage and environmental issues. And that is basically the southernmost 1,000 feet, which is about 12 acres. That's the conditions.
And to put the land into conservation.
We will put the wetlands into conservation, yes. Yeah. So 5 conditions. Thank you.
So is that official now?
Yes, sir.
The motion, is that correct?
Yes, we're good.
Okay. So I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
I'm joining you on that nay, Councilman Langevin. So we are now on consent items. We're now on consent item number 4. Councilman Johnson.
Yes, Mayor. I had the same concerns as Mr. Bill Batten. I was going to pull it regardless, but 7 change orders totaling $2.2 million. There's so much more that could have been done with that. I've met with staff, specifically Juliet and Mr. Barber, on other options to prevent this from occurring in regards to change order after change order after change order, because I feel part of it is on the developers or the contractors purposely leaving stuff out. While I can't prove it, I'm going off of a hunch, but if you add up all these change orders, they're no longer the lowest bidder for a lot of these different projects, not just this company, but others as well. So not looking to make accusations, but definitely looking to become more efficient with the funds we're allocating to those who are doing the services for the city. So for that purpose is why I pulled it, because who knows what number we're going to end up at. But because this project's been going on for some time and it keeps getting extended, and with that extension comes more money being spent, and it's all on the back of the taxpayers, us, and everybody else is getting paid on the other end. So I just have great concerns on it. I can't remember the term that I spoke with Mr. Barber and Mrs. Moscone of an alternative other than change orders, but I'm tired of it, honestly, Mayor, because I just see a trend of this continuing on with, these type of bids.
So, Councilman Johnson, I do share your concerns. I did share that with our interim city manager, and I think it's our job to look at when these contracts go out and see. And I said this all along when we award contracts, right? There are different organizations that I've seen produce at a certain level, and then others. So all of that is based. My comments are based on history and working relationships, right? But we have to learn from these change orders. We really do. We have to see where the deficiencies lies and how we're going to move forward in that. Because I'm sure these change orders could have been prevented had we looked at some of the details of what the history is of what's required. So we're moving forward in this, but understand I wholeheartedly share in your concerns. 7 change orders, and we're talking about a multi-million-dollar contract, and this is only less than $25,000 in a multi-million-dollar contract. Now you tell me a change order for $25,000 when the contract in its total was how much? So I'm going to ask that question of all these change orders, how much was those change orders?
Yeah, we have our acting public works director, Christine Sullivan, that can address that.
Thank you for the question, sir. We had a total of $2,218,328.76 in change orders on this project.
And the contract was originally?
The original contract was, $5,509,768.99.
Gentlemen, we're talking about $25,000. And with that, I've said enough. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I need a motion,
Yeah.
Councilman Johnson.
Well, I'll make a motion.
A second.
Hold on, Councilman Johnson has comments.
Councilman, all right, well, we just made a motion.
He has comments now.
Yeah, I got a motion by Councilman.
I can't remember the term. I know Mrs. Moscone or Mr. Barber might remember the term used for an alternative other than how we currently do bids to prevent from constant change orders that puts the burden on the contractor and not on us. Does Ms. Moscone remember that term? I know that meeting was some time ago last year, but I was just wondering if she remembered the term.
Oh, Mr. Barber.
Sorry, evening. I'm not sure about that, but we did speak about a construction delivery method that we want to switch to, which was construction manager at risk, which will prevent or reduce change orders because we engage, we go out for the contractor and we engage with design so that we can do value engineering and make sure that change orders don't happen. But I don't recall a term that puts the onus on the contractor after it's been solicited.
That was it.
Go ahead, Councilman Johnson.
That was it, Mr. Barber.
Okay, that's it. He nailed it. All right. Thank you, Mr. Barber. All right, I need a motion.
Okay, I make a motion.
I got motion by Councilman Langevin. Second by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by...
Since we're talking about it real quick, that's why I made the motion so we could discuss just for a second on change orders because so we all don't like the change orders. We know that. And I'm going to vote for this because we need to get the project across. So, but we none of us like the change orders, but by the time we get a change order, a lot of money has been allocated, and then every time we say, well, we got to move forward because we've already allocated a lot of money. So how do we prevent that, or at what point do we start saying, you know what, no, we're just not going to vote for this change order, and they need to just figure it out because they quoted us this, and et cetera. So my question is just kind of like, and it doesn't necessarily have to be answered now, but for city manager and staff to think about is what is these recourses moving forward, and how do we prevent these from coming to us, and then at what point are we going to start saying no as a council?
Well, I think Mr. Barber just touched on that. I think he just touched on that. So come on over.
Let me see how to answer that question. So when the project has already been solicited, I mean, we can do our best, but like a large portion of this change order happened because of a truly unforeseen event and also some design changes. So I can't really answer the question as what we can do as far as like saying no. But as far as like beforehand, we've actually did it with a couple of projects already. The construction manager at risk, so that we don't have change orders. So that's something that we can do for our efforts to reduce these change orders. But I don't think I can reasonably answer the question as far as when a project happens, because we do have unforeseen changes where we have to do a change order.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilman Hammond.
In this instance, is this a change that you said it's a design change? Is this something we did or something that they have to do extra?
I have to lean on the team for this one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Hammer. This particular change order is adding a concrete separator back into the project, which was previously removed. There have been safety concerns brought to our attention, so we felt the need, and our engineers agreed that we needed to put the traffic separators back into the contract, and that's what that funding is for.
Were they originally in the bid that they gave us? Were they originally in there? And when we took them out, was there any funding changes, or was that funding still deemed in that?
The project was redesigned at one point due to a problem with land acquisition, property that we did not own. So we had to redesign the project. And during that redesign process, the traffic separator was removed from the contract. And since then, now we are putting it back in.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, $7 million. We're talking about $25,000, gentlemen. I love the concept of, what was that, Mr. Barton?
Construction manager at risk.
Yeah, construction manager at risk. So right now I got a motion by Councilman Langevin.
Mayor, if I made the second, if I could just make a comment. I know we're beating a dead horse here, but a lot of this stuff is bad stuff that happened before our time. Bad city engineer. This is why we're here in the spot right now, right? It's why it's super imperative to have like high quality staff, and and the methods of contracting that you guys were talking about are really valid for vertical construction, not really ideal for horizontal construction. Really need a quality engineering firm to give a really good design, and then you put that out for a hard bid and then manage the process. But, change orders are a change to the scope of work, and that's what we're approving here tonight, a change to the scope of work. So, that's why I made the second.
So that's a great point, Deputy Mayor, along with the engineer that oversaw this project. I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, second by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Passes
nay.
Nay. Passes 4-1. Johnson, nay. We're now on item 6. Who pulled this?
That was me, Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Johnson, your question?
Yes, Thank you, Mayor. So this is the second time that I've caught this happening. You know, with us council, when we're going on going to the Florida League of Cities, or we're doing something on the city's behalf, we have to get approval first before the dollars are spent or anything is booked. But if you go to the agenda item, you'll see that it was booked January 7th. But here we are, March 20th, looking for approval. It reminds me of what happened before, where I was questioning the fire chief on transitioning from the fire inspectors to the company that they chose when the money was already spent, and then they were coming to us after the fact. So I just had some concerns on it. I wasn't sure if anybody else had caught that, but it was January 7th that it was booked for the governor's hurricane conference, but it's being brought to us today. So I don't know if that question is for Mr. Morgan to answer or the deputy chief, but yeah, this is another time that it's happened.
I see this as an event in May, but Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, if the council were to deny the travel, then the travel wouldn't happen. So that's a council choice. It wasn't in the originally approved budget. That's why it's before you this evening, and I'm sure Deputy Chief McKee could explain the rationale for there's actually 3 different types of travel associated with this item.
Yeah,
but is it typical for it to be booked first and then ask for money later, or?
No, well, I'll have them come up, but the information that I'm looking at is this is a conference in May.
But it was booked January 7th. You can look at one of the emails. You scroll down, you'll see the email.
Come on up, Deputy Chief. Councilman Johnson has a question.
Good evening. So I do not see that email that you're talking about. I see the legislative memo that states that the class or the conference is May 13th through the 16th. Oh, the hotel was already booked? I don't see that in the legislative memo. Okay. I cannot answer that question. I do not know why they booked at a time.
Okay. Maybe to get a reduced rate?
Could have been.
If you book early, you get...
It could have been also trying to book to get at the host hotel for the actual conference itself, so there's not a lot of travel between a hotel to the conference itself. But that's the only thing I can think of.
Does that answer your question, Councilman Johnson?
I guess, sir.
So he doesn't have anything factual, but I don't know if you heard, but he's stating it probably was because look, if you look at the agenda item, conference registration is 0, so it's pretty much the lodging. Usually, if you book early, you save on the conference registration, and you may have, like he said, the hotel rooms. You know, like, and I agree with you. Sometimes when we go to Tallahassee, we don't get the closest hotel because we don't book it that far in advance, right? We don't know those dates. So I can see your concern. At the same time, I would love to be in a hotel near the Capitol so I don't have to walk so far as well if I could book that early. So those are my thoughts on it, Councilman. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
So on the Florida State Fire College instructor school, are you going there as instructors, or are you going there as students?
Going as students.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I know before you stayed in the dorms. Are those not available?
They are not. No.
Okay. Thank you.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Jaff or Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Yeah, I'll second it, Mayor.
Got a second by Councilman Langevin. Deputy Mayor,
No discussion.
Councilman Langevin.
Yeah, just I share Councilman Johnson's concern. I wasn't on the council yet at the meeting that he was talking about, but I was watching it, and that struck me as kind of odd. So I'm going to go ahead and vote on this tonight because I support our firefighters and I want them to go get good training. But I do want to see items that are going to spending money come to us before they're booked.
All right, sir. Duly noted. I'm sure the fire chief duly knows that, and so even if it's at a higher cost, that it'll come.
Well, I mean that's our job. We may want to say no, but
Okay.
or we approve, and maybe we have, or we approve a travel budget for the year in the annual budget, and then they can go ahead and pull it instead of us having to approve every single one. That's probably a better way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
and that's what we do. And so these ones that come to you are the ones that are not in the original budget, but still covered in the department's operating budget.
Okay, then that makes sense. Good.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. All right. So now we've got unfinished business. Deputy Mayor.
Appointment of one member to the Planning and Zoning Board, which represents at-large position, which was continued from regular council meeting 3/6/25. We did a ranking sheet, Mr. Brian Higgins and Mr. Thomas Dietman. And Brian Higgins scored the highest value at 5 compared to Mr. Dietman at 10. So I make a motion to appoint Brian Higgins to the at-large position on the Planning and Zoning Board.
I'll second that. Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 5-0. And now we're on new business, but before we do. Well, thank you, sir. Deputy Mayor.
Just to be clear, you put a couple of different things on here. You put public hearing number 4. And then public hearing number 4.
Yeah, but that's what the public under comments. That's what I was going to be addressing under the comments. What it was.
Go ahead, Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. The reason why I'm bringing this up, it was because, and it states, because it related back to public hearing number 4, which was planning and zoning. We couldn't come to a conclusion because we had dual matches that had a balance of non-individuals. It was 2 and again, 2 for, 2 against. We couldn't come up with parts. And that's why I'm bringing this up now, because this was getting the next person onto the Planning and Zoning Board, which would have been from 2 meetings ago from Planning and Zoning. We would not have had that tie vote. That's why I thought this was important to bring it up now. And so I was trying to alleviate a problem from 3 meetings ago. If we would have paid attention, we would have alleviated that problem. That's why I'm bringing it up now, because if I don't keep it in your mindset, it'll just disappear like many other things do. So I got to be the poop head that I am and keep reminding people that sometimes history does repeat itself. And this was the case. If you would have paid attention back then, we would have alleviated that problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're now on new business, item number 1, but before we do, I'm taking a 5-minute recess.
Well, we got pounded down, but then we didn't.
Nobody cares about city manager. I care about mulch. You know? Let's talk about mulch.
Also, council would not gone forward, but had I not find it better to have this.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Scott.
Hey, I got told you don't suggest that, so I follow the rules.
Yeah, because they like the residents wait for.
Right. I'm ready to do public comment to the back of the meeting.
Oh, then you'll really hear a howl. You made us wait till the
Well,
end.
they said they wanted the chance at the end.
Well.
Here's your chance. We'll give you an extra minute. How does that sound? We'll give you 4 and at the end.
A lot of stuff done. Everybody's caught up on all their emails, and anybody's bringing a laptop and write next council meetings, legislative memos. I mean, it's productive time. Yeah.
Regular season?
Right. Presentation, right. I can do work.
It's like, the URL site actually probably so you pay more closer attention. So it is much work done.
No. Yeah, you have to, because you just don't know what's going to come up. You've got to be.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Thank you. Is Councilman Johnson on the line again, ma'am? Thank you, Councilman Johnson. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We're on new business item number 1. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, we have advertised for the city manager position, and those applications were due back by February 28th. We received a total of 114 applications. On March the 7th, we had a 2-member panel of retired city managers from the region volunteer their time to assist the council by placing the 114 applications into 3 categories. The first category, those advisors, the senior advisors, believe most closely meet the job requirements as we've outlined in our brochure. And then a second group that meet some of the job requirements outlined in the brochure, and then the other group is not recommended. So they had placed 16 candidates based on strictly on their application, a paper review, in that first category, and they put 17 candidates in the second category, and then 81 in the third tier. Since then, only 1 candidate has withdrawn their application. That was a candidate in Tier 2. And so you have 16 in the top tier and 16 in the second tier and 81 in the third tier, 113 candidates remaining. I had suggested that the council come prepared to this meeting individually to be prepared to at least start out this discussion by announcing one by one your top 5 choices on your paper review. And you can see on the screen we've got columns that represent each member, and we can put in those candidates that are in each individual top 5. And then you'll probably see some overlap, I would suspect. And that may be ones that you may want to invite to interview, which is set for Saturday, the 29th of this month, in a special meeting that we would begin at 8:30 in the morning and go until we've concluded the meeting. So we would turn it over to the mayor to ask each council member for their top 5, and then we'll see where we are at that point. And staff is ready to pull up any of the applications that you may want further discussion on.
Okay, I think for the sake of time, I think I'm listed first, so I'm going to share my top 5, and then I'll go to Deputy Mayor Jaffe, and then we'll keep it in that order. So, not in numerical order, but I chose my top 5 from the most qualified, the batch of 16 individuals. And I was just sharing with our concerned citizens the way I went through this process in choosing out of that category was I felt that category, and I'll give an analogy that I shared, was I felt that I asked professionals, medical professionals, I needed surgery, and they gave me the top 16 surgeons that were going to cut me open. So being that as it may, I chose from that pool of the most qualified, the highly qualified, by that logic. So I'll say Michael Brillhart, Howard Brown, Brian Bolthius. I'm not sure how you would pronounce that name. This is not in order. Jason Davis and Morton Matthew. Or Matthew Morton, as you were. And those are my 5. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I went through every application individually before I saw any input back from the panel. I broke mine down in a very similar way as that the panel did. Weeded out top, middle, don't even consider. And I came up with my short list. I actually have 7, but I'll start with 5. And these are in my order, numerical. So number 1 would be Jason Davis. Number 2 is Ricardo Mendez Saldivia. 3 would be Matt Morton. 4 is Greg Link. And 5 is Sonia Alves Vivenieros.
Councilman Ham?
Yes, I would like to give my 5. The night that I received my list without seeing the top, the middle, last, I did not go to sleep. I stayed up and I looked at every single one of them. I have pages of research I've done on all 114. And of my list, it is in the order that I believe best to last. Number 1 is Jason Davis. Secondly is Mark Sohaney. Third is Matthew Morton. Fourth is Nate Somers. And 5th is William Lawrence.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes, sir. I narrowed mine down to 3. When you know. And my 3 are Mark Sahani, Ricardo Mendez, and Greg Link.
Councilman John, or you don't want to expand it to 5? You just going with 3?
I started off with 10, then 5, and then took it down to 3 after reviewing a little more. I was on the fence with Claremont, but after talking to council members and looking more into it, I removed him from my list.
Okay, Councilman Langevin.
All right. Well, I'm obviously going to start with Greg Link. I also like Mark Sohaney. I'm going to go Scott Moy, William Lawrence, and Howard Brown Jr.
Okay, so we've got some similarities here. Mr. Morgan?
Yes, it looks like a majority of the council have put 3 candidates. So it's certainly up to the council, but you've got Jason Davis, Matthew Morton, and Greg Link. Were at least 3 of you named in the top 5. You've also got a couple with 2. You've got Howard Brown and that looks like
Mark Sohaney has
and
3.
William Lawrence and Mark Sohaney
has 3.
That has 3. So that's I missed that one, just looking at the color scheme up there. But so there's 4 with 3 and so up to the council, but you could certainly, if you so chose, to invite the ones that have a majority in their top 5 and talk about the ones that have 2 or even the ones that have 1. It's up to the council, but one way might be easy to say, okay, the majority of us put these in the top 5, and you may just want to invite them, and then talk about the others and see where you might end up with how many to invite. There's no magic number on how many you invite. My experience over 45 years is some people will drop out. So, you could invite an extra 1 or 2 and figure that 1 or 2 might drop out. Now we're having a fairly tight turnaround to Saturday the 29th, so you might not have any. But obviously those are all, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're all in the senior advisor's top 2 tiers. So I see a lot of similarities, but it's up to the council now how to proceed.
Yeah, I kind of like the ones that are the top tier. Like I mentioned. So I guess Jason and Matthew Thomas, invite them for the public interview for the 29th, right? Is that the ones in yellow and blue? Yeah. And it's for next Saturday, correct?
It's on the 29th, a week from this coming Saturday.
Yeah.
Now, all the candidates that I did get a hold of in the top 2 tiers, no one indicated they could not make that time frame. So,
yeah, I just don't like going backwards. And I know this council mentioned something about not going backwards either. So I'm good with those 2. Then there was another Mark.
Mayor, no. Yeah.
We got public comment.
1 card. 2.
Okay. So let's call the public. What are the speaker cards?
Judy Trandle.
Okay, well, I do research. And those 3 that you're going to have interviews with are 3 that I also agree with. There's a couple up there that I thought, how in God's name did they get on the top 5? I have no idea, but that scares me. So, if those are the three that you're going to pick, I'm 100% with you. That's all I have to say, unless you want to know something that I found out. So, there you go. That's all I have to say. I agree.
Jared Elkins.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Morgan. Before I begin, I'd like to ask, what exactly was the process that we just saw happen? How were the interviews selected? And I only ask because I came before this council last year seeking a partner. I've lined up $260 million in economic development in the interim of waiting for a decision to be made. In the spirit of transparency, there's no transparency here. We started this process where everybody said their top five, and you, sir, elected three without consulting anyone. How dare you? I have half a mind to pull $250 million worth of economic development and take another $212 million with me of counterparties. How dare you? You want transparency? How's this? Suzanne Sherman botched $1 billion in economic development under Greg Link. He put that together. He has helped put together the entirety of the Heritage Parkway connection as a privatized deal to make it happen. Nobody's having any discussion. How dare you? How dare you? You stand before this city as a mayor. You come before the city saying we're the greatest city on earth, and yet you run this like it's your fiefdom. How dare you? So I challenge you, I beg you, before God and country, tell us how that happened. We started this in the spirit of transparency. All night we've heard about transparency. And in the whimsical mind of you arbitrarily selected three under the auspice of we were going to have a discussion. We were going to see where everybody fell in all of this. You should be ashamed of yourself. Point blank, bottom line, a disgrace. Thank you.
That concludes the speaker cards.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I'm just making sure I heard correctly the list of who are we inviting again? I heard Howard Brown Jr.
So far what we've added on the list, would you read that out, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, from what the mayor said, there were three that seemed to have some consensus among the council, at least initially in this discussion, and that was Jason Davis, Matthew Morton, and Mark Sohaney. And that's where.
Well, three council members also mentioned Mr. Link, and I know it was mentioned about going in the past, and I'll be more than happy to discuss more in person on March 29th why I chose Mr. Link. Right now I'm with my family on spring break. It's spring break weekend, which is why I'm not at the meeting, but I'm still there in spirit. But I'll be more than glad to speak more in person on March 29th. But I had a call from a former council member, Brian Anderson, who me and him shared much discussion over 30 minutes of conversation where he cleared the air on a lot of things that were put out into the air about Mr. Link, a lot of accusations, a lot of misinformation, and he cleared the air on all of these accusations made on Mr. Link when he didn't have to. I didn't ask him to call me. He called me himself, and with him calling me, and knowing his path and knowing that he rededicated his life to Christ, not only that, he went to Life Christian University And I know him as a man of faith now. I know his family. Um, his word was enough for me. I've also learn more about Mr. Link by calling him myself, and that is why I support him on being on this list. And I would encourage everyone to make sure that we are doing our due diligence as well about everybody else. With Clearmont, I looked into it and found more information about that person, um, and talked to council members as well. So I believe, no, I don't just believe, I know that Mr. Link deserves to be on this list. A lot of the issues that we have in the city currently in regards to fiscal responsibility, it's going to, whoever it is going to take a minute for them to figure everything out. Mr. Morgan's been doing a great job, but he still hasn't gotten to the root of a lot of things. And there's things that, and to his purview, I agree with him that it wasn't appropriate for him to move on certain items or take action on certain items. So whoever it is, they're going to have a learning curve. But with that, I feel everybody deserves grace. It was me who voted Mr. Link on my first night at 27 years old. 2018 was the deciding vote and voting Mr. Link. But our God is a God of second chances, and I know so much more now than I did 6 years ago. So for anybody who has questions about why I'm deciding this, they can call me. I'll be more than happy to discuss. Otherwise, I'll discuss more on March 29th. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So I guess who else are we inviting for the interview?
I would suggest if two council members think that somebody is good enough to be on this list, they should be invited. I feel that. I don't know what the environment around me is, but I think if two people think somebody is good enough, they deserve a shot. And I think we should
So how many
try to find the
people-
best person possible.
How many people are we inviting?
As many as it takes.
Mayor, if I may, just real quick, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting.
I need a second.
To 11:30.
I'll second it.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Okay. So how many are we talking about? Everyone on that list now?
No, Mayor,
Or-
I like what Councilman Hammer said, that if they have two people, they deserve an invited interview.
So
That's
let's
pretty fair.
expand that list to two additional folks.
Also, if I just may ask, if some of us had longer lists than 5, there may be some more synergy if we expanded to our top 7 or 10. Really like to hear the input on why Howard Brown, for instance, was put on your list.
I'll tell you.
Anybody's list.
Second. I'll tell you why Mr. Brown. Strategic planning, growth, community-centric leadership. He built strong partnerships with residents, businesses, stakeholders, transparent communication. Got into the innovative problem-solving aspect of it. Those are his key highlights. And then infrastructure development and fiscal responsibility. So those were eye-catching for me from East Georgia. So that was that one. Morton, I'll tell you what I loved about his, if you really want to hear, his core values of honesty, integrity, respect, courage, openness, diversity, balance, and integral it's an integral part of his character. So those jumped out at me. Leadership capacity. And then he mentioned some other things, some key words to me that I can relate to. Being stretched was one of those. So those were for Mr. Morton or Morton Matthew.
Yeah, I selected Mr. Morton as well. One of the biggest reasons was he had experience from Palm Coast, which is another scatterlot community.
Yeah.
very similar infrastructure problems that Palm Bay
Yes.
is experiencing, road issues, water treatment issues, sewer treatment issues. So, when I looked at Mr. Brown's resume, like he has some like really strong characteristics that he states, but when I look at his experience, like he's never managed any city over 50,000 residents or 150 employees. So that's, what I was looking at as far as like someone's experience and why he didn't make my list.
Yet he was in the highly qualified. So I stuck there. So who else did you want to invite? Does that cover it all?
I think it's a pretty solid list.
So far, how many is that? 5, 6? So these are the 7 that are coming? That we're inviting? Just one second, since we're going to change a little bit of the dynamic here.
While you're doing that, I want to expand. This is one of the this is one of our chances among all 5 of us to discuss this with each other. So if there is anything that you want to shed light on to other people sitting up here, I mean, I can't call you guys and say, hey, check this out about this guy. If there's something that you see strong about somebody, I would really like to know, because I want it to help me make my decision going further with this, because this is our chance to discuss this with each other, not just say our names and do our own research. We're a body of 5 for a reason. We need to function as a body of 5, not 5 individuals. We need to come together on this one, because this is something that's going to change the future for 150,000 people.
Yeah, I agree with you. And so,
and one thing that I do want to point out that really caught me was about Jason Davis.
That's it.
Every time that we discuss anything with our sister communities, we're always talking about Port St. Lucie and how they're doing things and how they're growing and they're controlling their growth, and they're doing a lot better than we are. Well, Mr. Davis is the county administrator for St. Lucie County. And when I look him up, I don't just find he's doing things with the city. I'm finding him out in the community volunteering. He is out in his city helping the homeless. He's out there helping with gardens. I've seen this guy. If you Google him, he has pictures of him in regular clothes out with the community. Like, I think there's only one picture of him in a suit. The guy is out there. Our community needs to be together. And one of the things that really hurts me is the internet. I put a lot of time into what I do here. I do. And our community is not moving forward in a positive manner. Everything that comes out is everybody's approaching it negative. You can have anything good happen and people find the negative in it. We need to move forward in a positive manner, and we need to do it together, not just this 5. I'm talking about everybody in our community. And I do like the fact how we're having our interviews in the sunshine and all here. I really appreciate that, and I think our community appreciates it. But we do need to come together, or we're not going to move forward. We're just going to be hypocritical of each other. We're going to find reasons to make things bad. But I got in the seat to help Palm Bay. And we need to make that step forward to help Palm Bay. And we need to do it together. And that's all I have to say.
I appreciate your comments. I really do. Is there any appetite to expand it to a Sonia Alves Vivieros?
No.
She is shortlisted currently for Palm Coast.
We would know more if she makes it by the Saturday, right?
Right.
So you opposed to adding her?
Yes, Mayor. And I don't mind saying it, but she's probably a great city manager. I know her resume is phenomenal. But she's, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a resume where she's currently a city manager in northern New Jersey, in the suburbs of New York City. And she might have a lot of experience there, but I think our culture here is phenomenally different. Our laws here in Florida are phenomenally different. It would be a huge learning curve for a new individual. And so with the list that we have of people that have an understanding of Florida and worked in Florida cities, to me, I'd rather just go with somebody a little closer to home.
Yeah, I think townships are a little different than New York City, kind of like Long Island. Townships are run differently. So that's why I was intrigued, and her resume is quite impressive. I like to at least. I have one council member that said we could expand it to how many we want. Now you guys don't want to expand it to.
Just my personal thought, but I still agree if we have two council members, then we should add it to the list.
So other than Councilman Langevin, anyone opposed to adding someone else to the list? Sonia Alves Vivieros.
It is only an interview, so I am 100% down to hear what anybody has to say.
So that's two because she was already on my list.
Oh, she's on your list?
Yeah.
Okay. So then she made the cut. Is that list satisfactory now for next Saturday?
Yes, sir.
This will be.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to, in the interest of what Councilman Hammer said about discussion and kind of talking about our individuals, I was going to throw a couple things in when it got to our turn. So I would like to just bring up Mark Sohaney. And he had three. He's a recently retired captain in the United States Navy. He was I didn't see if he was a pilot or naval flight officer, but he was on P-8 Orions. And I know that community. The aviator community in the Navy is a solid community. They develop strong leaders. I also know what it takes to be a base commander. And it's very similar to a city manager, except he managed a lot more people while also preparing them to go to war. So it's unconventional that we're looking at people with strictly city manager experience, and this individual is coming from being a base commander. But I would say don't sleep on him. Look into a little bit. As a base commander, not only is he going to have all of his assets that are preparing for war, but he's got to manage a police force, a fire department. He's got both Navy CBs doing public works and also having to get civilian contractors. There's a lot of things, and then most of his commands were in the state of Florida at the same time. So I would just tell our councilmen, look into that and don't sleep on it just because it's a little unconventional.
It's a little different when you got federal budget as opposed to city budget. Just wanted to put that out there.
And I would have some hard questions for him, but I definitely want to hear what he has to say.
I can hear you. I know that captain attitude, sir. Now, if you were talking about a master chief, that'd be different. Just kidding, sir. Deputy Mayor, you wanted to add something else to the conversation before we?
I'm really just very disappointed that we had more input from the residents about mulch than we did our next city manager. So I just want to put that out there.
Yeah. What's interesting, though, they will be invited, Mr. Morgan, to Saturday's meeting. They will be invited to
Yes, I'll invite, if the council, you heard from the public, if you were to vote to offer interviews to these 8, again, typically 1 or 2 might drop out. That's probably a pretty good number to fill up your day on the 29th. And it is a special council meeting. The public are more than invited to come and listen for the day. And rather than twiddling their thumbs and talking to one another, the plan would be when they're not before the council, we'd have groups of department heads that could start to be introduced, because the idea is that one of these on this list would be the next city manager, so at least there'd be some introduction, and I can bring any observations, thoughts that might come from those groups of department heads, and then we're taking advantage of the time that they have with us.
So what do you envision with that on that day? You envision them to do a presentation to
Well,
council?
the council, it's an opportunity to interview. So I sort of see it as an interview panel. We can certainly suggest, trying to start out asking the same questions of each candidate, but if there's more in depth, typically, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in Palm Bay, but you could dive into their particular experience and why they think it might meet our needs, and they can tell you a little bit about their background and experience that's more than going to be included in a resume and an application. And so I would sort of envision it as a panel job interview, and then at the end of the day, kind of take a break and then really discuss on who you're focused in on as a group.
And so your vision is on that day we hone it into the top three, or
well, if you can be on one, that would be best. If you're sort of debating between one or two, that might be okay. I think what we're going to do is, if you vote to approve this list of people to invite tomorrow in the morning, I'll call each of them and insist that they give us a background check release so we can start the nationwide criminal check, the employment check. We'll do that, and then if you zero in on one after that interview, then we can complete that, and then again the target date for a formal job offer would be your council meeting of the 17th of April. So I think we're moving, sort of in accordance with the plan, but Saturday the 29th is your really key date, because that's when you get to really learn more about the candidates, and we will have started the formal background check on all of the ones that you invite.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Any other comments? No. So I'll need a motion. These top.
Too.
Wait,
as you were, go ahead, Councilman Johnson.
No, I just wanted to hear the full list of names, sir.
Yes. Can you call it out, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, we have Jason Brian Davis, Matthew Thomas Morton, Mark Sohaney, Greg Link, Ricardo Mendez, William R. Lawrence, Howard W. Brown, and Sonia A. Alves Vivieros.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
So, Council, I need a motion. These are the top 8.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. All right, we're now on the reports. Councilman Langevin.
I would like to appoint John Norris to my position on the Planning and Zoning Board. That'll conclude my comments.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer.
Yeah, I'd like to start off by saying that I, on Tuesday, went out for Meals on Wheels, where me and our deputy chief went and handed out meals to some people that couldn't get proper food, proper nutrition within their homes. I got to meet a lot of different people within our community. Apparently, there's over 100 people in our community that rely on Meals on Wheels for their food, for their nutrition. And I wanted to thank them for having me out there, letting me see what this community needs. It's something I didn't know. I actually learned a lot. I met a lot of good people, and I was thoroughly impressed by their operation, their organization. It was definitely a good thing to do. Secondly, on Friday, me and my son went to the Night of Unity with Judge Majid and we got to experience a lot of things that me and my son did not get to experience on a daily basis. I met a lot of great people, had a lot of great conversation, and it was a new experience for me. And I wanted to tell Judge Majid thank you for inviting me and having me. And other than that, that's all that I have as of right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. The only question I have for staff, was anybody able to get a hold of Boys and Girls Club?
Yes.
Juliet, are you going to respond to that, or is county manager?
Yes, I think the question from Councilmember Johnson was, did we reach out to the Boys and Girls Club? And the answer is yes, we have.
Does that satisfy?
How did the discussion go?
Okay.
We haven't heard back from them.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
No report.
So I do have, first of all, I want to say happy birthday to Jay Selinsky. Way to go, 29 years old. I think you'll stay at that age for quite some time. Then I also want to conclude by saying the Secretary of the Department of Education was here in Palm Bay. Visited one of our charter schools, PCCA. She was very pleased with not only PCCA, Pineapple Cove Classical Academy. I had the honor of meeting her and shaking her hand. She was also impressed. Hey, she was in Palm Bay. So I'm really happy to announce that. With that, that concludes my reports. Mr. Morgan.
No report.
Madam Attorney.
No, sir.
Then this meeting's adjourned.